Good afternoon, everybody. I'll call the meeting to order and ask everyone to rise and join us in the singing of O Canada.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you. Please join us in a moment of silent reflection. Thank you. Prior to the adoption of the agenda, there's an additional resolution required. The following motion is required that section 10.022 of bylaw 2020-001, being the procedural bylaw, be temporarily waived to permit the addition of a deputation that was received after the deadline for Vivek Sharma and Bernard Burnett relating to item 10.2.1 on the agenda. I have a mover and a seconder. Deputy Mayor Richardson, Councillor Warren, all in favor? Thank you. Councillor Warren, you have the agenda.
Yes, moved by myself, second by Councillor Perry, that the agenda for the open session of the regular council meeting of Tuesday, July 25th, 2023, be adopted as circulated and with the following amendment. Addition, item 6.1, deputation by Vivek Sharma and Bernard Burnett regarding report RS 2003-008 relating to 581 Highway 36, Lindsay, being item 10.2.1 on the agenda.
Thank you. All in favor? And that's passed. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest on anything on the agenda today? Seeing none, should any arise during the course of the meeting, advise the chair and we'll deal with it accordingly. Moving on to item 4, which is notices and information by members of council. Are there any notices by members of council? Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, some Ward 5 news. There's an environmental fair featuring electric vehicles on Kent Street. And the members of the Electric Vehicle Society will be lining Kent Street on Saturday, August 12th as part of an environmental fair. And the Lindsay Library, it's part of an environmental fair. I said that, sorry. More than a dozen club members will be on hand with their cars to discuss their driving experiences. Plug and drive electric vehicle discovery will be there as well. And it runs from 10 a.m. until 3 p.m. on that day. A similar EVs on Kent event last year attracted about 200 people curious to learn more about driving electric vehicles. So you can contact me if there's more information needed, but there'll be lots of advertising for that, and we're excited for that. My son's driving me on his electric bike, just so you know. Brits in the Park was in Ward 5. I certainly had nothing to do with it, but we all got to see how wonderful it was, and it was an excellent turnout for that. The Chamber of Commerce concerts in the park, Sunday afternoons, 2 to 4, Wednesday evenings. I've been to 2 of them, and they're just fantastic. And about 100 people is the least I've seen. So that's great. Shows that the Chamber is right on the mark with that. Conservation area, tomorrow, the library, so the Lindsay Public Library is hosting their reading time at the conservation area tomorrow at 11 a.m. So thanks to Marika and her team. They're coming up with a lot of creative ways to promote the library this summer. Great Pride Week. We did the Pooch Walk, which started at the Adelaide Clinic, which was a lot of fun, Pooch for Pride, and we had fun at the Pied Monk for Pride Trivia. Quite a few of us went out, so that was a great evening as well. And special thanks to Globus Theatre. I'm sure Councillor Warren may wish to speak to that, but it was a cross-ward experience. Your council have been out together on the town watching Globus Theatre, and it was a great night. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald.
Yes, through you, thank you very much. For anybody that was around last Sunday, Classes on Kent was a great success downtown. If anybody was there, we had over 400 vehicles, along with Brits in the Park, just like Councillor Smeaton just said. It was very successful, and I wanted to thank the Lindsay BIA and their volunteers and all the people who showed up, and yourself, Mr. Mayor, and the councillors that showed up to cut the ribbon. So it was a great success and a lot of hard work, so I'd like to thank them a lot for that. And just to add one thing to the environmental fair that's coming on August 12th, it's also, the Chamber of Commerce is also putting in the Lindsay Bike Share program also, so that should be interesting. So if anybody's interested in that, come down. And last but not least, on August 26th, we have the Kawartha Classic Cycling Tour. It's run by the place called Home. It's one of their biggest fundraisers, so if anybody is interested in coming, please come and support this event. It'll really help the place called Home. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, just a few announcements. One, the Omimi Swans Club is actually expanding and doing a Pontypool sign-up on tomorrow, Wednesday, 26 at 7, and in Bethany, August 2nd at 7 p.m. Also want to mark the calendars for the Pontypool Classic Car Show and Art in the Park coming on August 19th. It's a big fundraiser for all our local amenities, our parks and community centers, and it's a worthwhile event. Also want to make a note that I just launched in the last month the Did You Know series as the Deputy Mayor, which is educating residents through a video series, and we're asking our residents to engage and jump in and provide some survey and feedback information. So as we grow in the City of Kawartha Lakes, we design our customer service and experience better. So thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Warren.
Through you. Yes, had a great time with a couple councillors at the Lakeview Arts Barn, so that was a nice night, and they're doing amazing with their 20 years now, so it's a great theater. The summer has been action-packed in Ward 2. I have attended Lake Association meetings, participated in festivals, and took part in a decoration day in Kinmount. In the next month, I look forward to volunteering at the Bob Cajun Craft Beer and Food Festival, which is going to be really exciting. After COVID, it's been kind of shut down for a couple of years, so this is going to be exciting on August 19th. I'm also going to more Lake Association meetings and enjoying music in the park, both in Kinmount and Bob Cajun. There's some really exciting news from Kinmount. Some folks might know Keith Stada, who owns and operates the Highland Theatre, and they're doing a documentary film about him called The Movie Man, and about his life in theater, and it's going to be launched soon. So well done, Keith. You certainly are one of a kind. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And just to report very briefly, Canada Day was well celebrated again, as always this year in Fenelon Falls in Ward 3. I want to thank Maryborough Lodge especially, and also the Fenelon Legion. Canada Day was celebrated complete with Indigenous story poles this year, thanks to the Grove Theatre in Fenelon. And I want to also make sure we thank the Logistics Committee, Shannon Rizal, Lori Schock, Caroline Fenelus Carpenter, Russell Gibson, and Glenn Walker, who looked after everything from porta potties to parking signs to make sure that the day was enjoyed by all, and by all reports it certainly was. The Fenelon Fair also took place since we last met, July 14th to 16th. More fun was had by all, thanks to the Fenelon Agricultural Society and Faye McGee and her team. We had Pride, of course. We hosted Pride Day in Fenelon Falls, which was a great celebration of love, a great family event. And thanks go to Riley and to Glenn and her team to give us that opportunity to be able to support all kinds of love, and that love is love. And last but not least, if you're up in Fenelon Falls, I have to commend Maryborough Lodge once again. I've been there twice now, setting up with my computer. It's a great place to do work while my kids, Abigail and Gabe, enjoy a days full of activities and specific crafts and events, all outside and inside, which is fantastic. So I encourage everyone to join us. Last but not least, in August coming up, the 4th to the 6th, we have the 41st annual car show and flea market. Cars, trucks, bikes, snowmobiles, basically if it has or had an engine, you will see it there. It's a fundraiser for our local Lions Club, which does so much work. And I want to thank Sean Bellwood and his team, and again, the Fenelon Agricultural Society for helping out with that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple items. This coming July 28th will be the Rob Stokes Memorial Golf Tournament. And Rob was a teacher in Lindsay and lost his life tragically in 2003. And in his honor, and to raise funds for youth, he has the Lindsay Rugby Football Club, located in Ward 6, just between Post Road and just outside of Lindsay, just beside Post Road and Vince Jones Road, is not hosting it, but they're sponsoring it, and they're organizing it. And for any tickets to that golf tournament, which will be held on July 28th, please contact the Lindsay Rugby Football Club. And on August the 6th, on Sunday, the Downeyville Jamboree will be happening, and it's part of the Raise the Roof fundraiser for the Downeyville Hall. So it's always a great turnout there, with excellent talent that's on display in music at the Downeyville Jamboree, which is coming up this August 6th. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any notices from staff? Aaron, yeah. Manager Sloan, I believe you have something for us on short-term rentals.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Council. Just wanted to provide just a brief update in regards to the implementation of the short-term rental program. It's well underway. We've set the program as a soft rollout with a phased-in approach, and so we're starting to reach some of the milestones within that program. Later this week, there will be a full media release that details that a little more for the public and for Council. The soft rollout began in June with the passing of the bylaw. Since then, we've worked on the application process and intake. We've enhanced our complaint tracking, more specifically towards short-term rentals, and working with the respective police services to receive additional information from them. We've enhanced our communications and marketing awareness. The short-term rental webpage has been updated and continues to be updated as additional portions of the program come online. We're partway through the build-out with the vendor with a 24-hour support and complaint monitoring line. And then we enter into phase one, which I've sort of designated July and August for that. The educational and guidance components will come online for the short-term rental owners. We'll be launching the licensing and complaint tools. And we're already doing this, liaising with owners and providing information and starting to guide them through the registration process. So we're looking to hire staff. We're partway through that. And I'm hoping to have that all completed more or less by the end of August. So I'd like to just take an opportunity to also say thank you to communications, people services, IT, the building and property division, and internally to my staff and other staff in the municipality, just for helping guide and roll out this program. And that's my update.
Thank you. Anything else from staff? Seeing none, we'll move on to deputations, which is item 6, and we have one deputation. Sorry about that. We need to receive the minutes of the regular council meeting of June 20th, 2023. Be received and adopted. Councillor Warren, you're moving that? Seconder, Councillor Smeaton, all in favor? And that's passed. Now we'll move on to deputations. We have Vivek Sharma and Bernard Bernay to talk to us about item 10.2.1 on the agenda. You have 5 minutes. And you can start now.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and the Member of Council. I'm Vivek Sharma. Unfortunately, Bernard could not make it because we actually had it as a last-minute inclusion. But I'm trying to see if he can join us in a few minutes. And unfortunately, in my building right now, they are talking about fire testing, so there will be some interruption. I really appreciate the opportunity extended to speak in front of the Honorable Council. This deputation relates to the lands located at 581 Highway 36, Lindsay, with potential future use as industrial development. We are looking at the tenant Next Polymer, company solely owned by Bernard Bernay. Currently, we manufacture PVC pipe out of that facility in Prescott. We have one facility in Prescott, Ontario. I can share some more details, and I did share with Sarah the web link for the current facility. Currently, we have 3 production lines. The growth in PVC market has been huge. It is primarily used in stormwater, sanitary, and water main applications, the pipes. Plans.
Would you like me to come back to you afterwards when you're...
I think it's pretty bad timing. That would be better. Give me 5
Okay,
minutes.
we'll move on with our agenda. You stay on the line, and we'll get back to you when your fire testing is completed. Is that all right? Okay, thank you. So now we'll move on to item 7.1, which is correspondence. And we have correspondence to receive regarding the roundabout on Veterans Way in Fenelon Falls. And I believe, Councillor Ashmore, you had something you wanted to say about that piece of correspondence?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor. Just wondering if I could ask staff, what's the timeline on this, and what was the arrangements that were made? The Mrs. McGee there, Faye McGee, had said that there were some promises made, and they were working with staff. I'm just wondering what what's the next step right now to help the Fair Board there.
Let's try. Let's ask Director of Community Services if he'd like to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through to Council. So while the item itself will not fall within Community Services, I was at the meeting with the Fair Board during the time that this was discussed. So certainly they have their concerns in regards to the impact on operations. I know it does impact arena use to a degree as well. There was no promises made to them by staff in regards to what would take place. There was some work that was promised to take place for the fair in 2022, which did in fact take place. I don't know if it was done by staff or not, and that was to remove some of the curbing from the roundabout itself to allow for their large trucks for their fair to get in and out of the property. And then there was a discussion about the potential removal of the roundabout as well. And that discussion, and again, promises is probably too strong of a word, but that discussion took place with a previous member of council.
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor. Would Director Rojas, he have any update on that? Because that would probably fall into engineering.
Director Rojas has got his light on, so I assume he wants to comment.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, just for some history on this project. This project was designed in, I believe, 2010 and constructed in 2011 under that previous council approved capital budget. It followed the EA process, so there was consultation. We looked at several different intersection conditions for that junction, including a roundabout, a traditional intersection. Roundabout was deemed to be the preferred solution at the time, and it was constructed within the approved EA process and council direction. I believe since then, there has been no communications with engineering to remove it. However, there was some minor modifications done by Public Works, not removal of curbs, but I believe they were ramped with asphalt in order to facilitate somewhat easier truck traffic movement. But that was the extent of the communications, was just some minor ramping, not removal of the curbs. Other than that, there's been no further discussion or decisions made on the future of the mini roundabout.
Councillor, I would suggest that we receive the correspondence and refer it back to staff for a report back later in the year. Does that work for you?
Sure, that's great. Thank you.
Will you make that motion, that we receive the correspondence and refer it to staff?
Yes, I'll make that motion, please.
Thank you. Could I have a seconder? Councillor Perry? All in favor? Thank you. So let us go back to Mr. Sharma and see if his fire alarm issues are over with. Could we do that, please, Zoe? Mr. Sharma, are you free and clear now?
All
Okay.
free and clear.
Do you want to start over? I'll,
Yep,
okay. Go ahead, please.
perfect.
You have 5
Good
minutes.
afternoon. Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of council. I'm Vivek Sharma. Bernard Brunet could not join us because he has some commitments that he could not get out of. But I can certainly bring him when we have our next meeting, if that happens, if and when that happens. Really appreciate the opportunity extended to speak in front of the Honorable Council. This deputation relates to the lands located at 581 Highway 36, Lindsay, for potential future use as industrial development. Currently, it's zoned as industrial, so I trust that that should not be an issue. We are looking at the tenant Next Polymer. Currently, they are based out of Prescott, Ontario. We have 3 lines over there for manufacturing PVC pipe for storm, sanitary, and water main purposes. PVC pipe is one of the biggest, fastest growing industries in Ontario, at least. There happened to be one major player, and they have slowed down. So that has opened up opportunities for growth in this sector. Currently, Prescott services Quebec and maritime areas. We do bring our product over to GTA, but the plan is to come closer to GTA. And that's why we are looking at different options. And the current 3 lines are expected to become 10 in short duration. We are anticipating within next year, 2024, we should have the 10 lines operational. Sorry. Current facility has huge constraints in terms of building and storage facilities that we have for raw material production lines and finished goods storage. In addition, the distance from GTA is a key killer for our market because we are actually shipping a lot of air. Pipe is hollow and it is more of air being shipped than the product. So it makes sense to bring the production closer to the base. Current facility employs 52 people, and there's a net shortage of qualified employable people in town of Prescott just because it is a bit far from GTA. All the people that are available generally land in GTA area and they don't travel too far, not at least in a small town like Prescott. So we are finding very difficult to find actual employable people in that pocket. We are actually discussing, so in my meeting with Ron and Juan a couple of months back, we were advised that there's a potential surplus land in Lindsay, specifically 581 Highway 36. Our intention would be to carry out due diligence on the said property that support employment in the local community and help create jobs for future growth. We've been made aware that there are constraints with the said property, including easements and environmentally protected parcels on the piece of land. Our plan would be to review the land with respect to our needs for manufacturing size as well as warehousing, storage capabilities, get property assessed for the dollar value, understand city's vision, what the council plans to do, and work out our own logistics in terms of raw material and finished product movement, and including the labor part. Sorry. We would be working on the potential of the site if the city and the council would entertain the idea. As a next step, we would like Honorable Council to direct staff to share pertinent information regarding the property. We do have a few questions, but I guess it'll be at the next step. If it happened to go any further, we would like to share our questionnaires. and the information that we are looking at. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. If you could just stay on the line and we'll see if council has any questions for you. I think Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you. Thank you for coming today and doing the deputation regarding looking at the property. Do you have a proposed footprint of how big of an industrial plant you would need, and what type of job creation are you thinking at this time?
So current 3 lines are deployed in the shed, which is roughly 10,000 square foot constructed, and 52 people are employed there. We do have our own expertise. We have the manpower to train the rest of the manpower. We do not have a quick answer to that. We have not done our legwork for now because it just came out of blues that we saw this thing in the council agenda. But we would shortly be working on the whole handout to be circulated to the council and the staff.
Councillor Warren.
And that would have to.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah. And yeah, that was going to be my question. How long have you been looking at this property? And you just saw it in a council agenda just recently? I guess you're scanning agendas to see, looking for land?
No, Deputy Mayor. Actually, this was brought out by Ron and Juan in our meeting about a couple of months ago. That was mentioned.
Oh, okay. So you've
So
been
to
looking at
answer the question, we are not scanning for council reports, but it was brought up to our attention a couple of months ago in a meeting related to another project that we were discussing.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. And good. Thank you.
That's great, thanks. So we'll receive your deputation, and when we get to the item in the agenda, we'll get some recommendations from our land management people and from our solicitor, and perhaps a CAO on how we would go forward with this. But I can see certainly meeting with you and those folks, and perhaps our economic development people as well, to see how we move forward. So can I have a motion to receive the deputation? Deputy Mayor Richardson, Councillor Warren, all in favor? And that's passed. Going to move on now to. We'll move on now to item 8.1, which is recognition of Central Region Command Challenge Coin and Life Saving Award recipients. So today I'm here with Mark Kent from the OPP and our Chief Terry Jones from the Fire Department to recognize the courageous life-saving actions taken by 3 of our volunteer firefighters in August of 2021. As has been the case for a lot of things over the past few years, the pandemic has delayed this ceremony, but I'm honored to stand up here today to tell their story and recognize their amazing efforts by presenting them with the OPP's Central Region Command Challenge Coin and the Kawartha Lakes Fire Rescue Service Life-Saving Award plaque. On August 31st, 2021, Kawartha Lakes Fire Rescue Service responded swiftly to a distress call reporting a 12-year-old child trapped in the exhaust tunnel of the generator station at Elliott Falls in Norland. Volunteer firefighter Robin Judd, a level 3 water rescue professional, fearlessly navigated the dangerous waters to reach the trapped child. With a safety rope attached, she was able to make her way through the water to the tunnel and get close enough to the trapped child to throw her a bag. Once secured, both Robin and the child were pulled to safety. For her courageous act, Robin was awarded the Ontario Medal for Firefighter Bravery last month. But Robin didn't act on her own that day. She had the help of 2 other heroic volunteer firefighters, Roger Goslin and Stephen Hurtle. All 3 of them showcased exactly what it means to be a firefighter that day and the importance of teamwork. Robin, Roger, and Stephen, thank you for your courage to act, your selflessness, and your unwavering commitment to saving lives. We are proud of your amazing efforts and grateful to have you as a member of the Kawartha Lakes Fire Rescue Service. With that, I'll ask Mark to come down to the podium and give us a little bit of background on what the Central Region Command Challenge Coin is, and then we'll hand out the hardware. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. On behalf of Central Region OPP command staff, Chief Superintendent, now retired Dwight Peer, Inspector Tim Tatchell, our detachment commander here at the City of Kawartha Lakes Detachment. I'm honored to be able to come and present this award to the members of the fire department. This particular award is designated to any member of the public who goes above and beyond what the normal threshold would be in response to any kind of a circumstance, much like Mayor Emsley has alluded to. And so we designate these coins as a special acknowledgement of the additional efforts put forth by the members present today of the fire department. Oftentimes we are faced with challenges as emergency response people and face very tragic situations, and I would encourage the members to reflect upon today's moment and the challenge coin should they ever find themselves in a situation where they're dealing with a tragic incident and they're having difficulty getting past that. Take the challenge coin out and reflect upon today's moment to help you get past those other moments that might be impacting you in your service. So thank you, Mayor.
With that, I'll ask Robin, Roger, and Stephen to come down to the podium.
Thanks, Don.
Chief, did you want to say something? No? You were good, sir. Okay. Isn't it great when we get to celebrate moments like this? Moving on to item 8.2, we have the 2022 Housing and Homelessness Plan presentation. Michelle Corley from the Human Services. Anytime.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Included within the agenda for today's meeting, you'll find a report on our progress towards meeting our 10-year housing and homelessness plan. But specifically, the presentation today is really honing in on our progress specific to the affordable housing targets, which was a very large component of that plan. We'll be going over quite a bit in this presentation in the next 20 minutes, but just know that effectively I'm trying to set the stage to let council know that there's going to be specific decision-making units coming forward over the next several months and into next year as well, so we can really make some progress happen. Next slide, please. So today in the presentation, I'll just quickly do a quick review of our scope as municipal service manager. I'll talk about at a high level the context and the main components needed within our 10-year plan. We'll revisit our current local needs. We'll also talk about the affordable housing targets that were originally set back in 2019 and our progress specifically to date. We'll also talk about the raw costs to achieve those targets, and we'll discuss other various things that the municipality can do to further support the achievement of those targets. And we'll finish off with some next steps that we'll be seeing over the next few months. Next slide. Through legislation, the City of Kawartha Lakes is a designated consolidated municipal service manager for both the geographical region of the City of Kawartha Lakes as well as the County of Haliburton. Through the Housing Services Act and other provincial funding program directives, Kawartha Lakes is required to plan and deliver housing and homelessness resources. These programs and services touch most areas along the housing continuum, including everything from unsheltered homelessness, emergency shelter, community housing, affordable housing, and affordable home ownership. To offer some further clarification, community housing specifically is generally referring to the more historical affordable housing stock that has been a long-standing public asset, often listed within legislation, and is expected to remain as affordable housing for a very long period of time or indefinitely. Although there may be some market rent apartments within these communities, primarily most of the units are offering rents geared towards income. Given the low incomes of these households residing in these projects require ongoing operating and rent subsidies. Locally, we strive to have any of our newer affordable housing also meet rent geared to income rent levels, which truly achieves affordable housing. We include both this historic community housing as well as any newer affordable housing into our single application. So the public they're applying with one piece of paper to any of our various housing options. I'll also point out that the housing continuum image on this slide is purposely circular. Not everyone's journeys are linear. People come in and out of different housing placements along that continuum. For instance, some realities that we're hearing more and more is that a senior may be in a market rent unit, might have been there for quite some time, and maybe a new landlord has come in and there's unofficially a rent eviction happening, and that tenant who's been in that property for a long time is now having to leave. If they have not been looking at other rental units for the last decade or two, they're usually in for quite a shock. When they're seeing what's happened, rents sometimes have doubled in some situations as well, if not more so. So the reality is that individual who was quite a way along the housing continuum now actually may find themselves needing something like emergency shelter. Next slide. Also included within the Housing Services Act is the requirement for service managers to implement a 10-year housing and homelessness plan. 2022 was the completion of the third year of the Housing and Homelessness Plan, and the report included in the agenda serves as our annual reporting requirement obligation to the province. The Housing and Homelessness Plan is an extensive plan that has over 60 very detailed objectives that's covering over 8 different provincially directed policy areas. And for the first time, our current Housing and Homelessness Plan also included the establishment of affordable housing targets. This slide also reviews the progression of the plan, with council originally supporting both the plan and the current housing targets back in 2019. In 2024, we will be conducting a midpoint review of our current plan. Next slide, please. It is not uncommon, especially in today's world, that there is a lot of confusion around the term affordable housing. But you should be aware that Kawartha Lakes currently has a bylaw that defines affordable housing, which states affordable housing is rental housing at a rental rate not exceeding 30% of the gross annual household income of low and moderate income households. More recently, with things that like Bill 23, they bring a new definition of affordable housing into the mix by suggesting that affordable housing is achieved when rent is no greater than 80% of average market rent. As I'll demonstrate in further slides, this definition creates a significant affordability gap for households when rents are attached to something uncontrollable, such as market rents, versus actual household incomes. At this point, staff are not recommending that we change our definition. However, consideration will be given over the following months to determine if we're going to provide further incentives for units that are meeting simply the Bill 23 definition or going deeper to our local definition of affordable housing. Next slide. Further to the prior slide, this calculation and chart illustrates the affordability gap that is created when affordable housing is established at average market rent versus household income. The solution to this affordability gap is the provision of a rent subsidy. The 10-year Housing and Homelessness Plan, including the affordable housing targets, aims to address housing needs for our low and middle income homeowners or households, or households earning income up to that 60th income percentile. Our lowest income households in receipt of Ontario Works are provided $390 towards paying their rent every month. We know that this rate has not changed actually since 2018. And we also know that basic pension earning seniors can't afford to pay more than $480 towards their monthly rent. Next slide. As previously mentioned, a large element of the Housing and Homelessness Plan was the establishment for the first time of local affordable housing targets. These targets were separately adopted by Council in 2019, just prior to Council endorsing the entire new refreshed 10-year Housing and Homelessness Plan. In order to meet local needs for affordable housing, it was determined that 1,280 new affordable housing opportunities are needed by 2029. The targets were also designed to meet specific household sizes to help address the very high demand that we have for smaller units like one-bedrooms. The approach was taken with the target that we also needed to have several partners step up to help us achieve these targets. Council supported the goal that KLH Housing Corporation would build 492 new affordable rental units in Kawartha Lakes, and nonprofit partners and private developers would each contribute 164 units. And we would potentially have access to 460 existing or new market rent units that we could then apply a rent subsidy to and make them affordable that way. Targets were also established for various household categories, such as categories specifically for those with low incomes, middle incomes, or those needing supportive housing. Those in the supportive housing category are still also our low-income households. The targets were calculated based on an assessment of over 24 local data elements, including waitlist data, local demographics, employment trends, and many more items. Next slide. There have been a number of factors that have significantly impacted our progress towards meeting these targets to date. Significant changes in the housing market have created limited homeownership opportunities for homebuyers, adding additional pressure on a stressed market where we would naturally see people entering into the homeownership world, leave that rental opportunity for somebody else. That's happening less and less. Locally and globally, we have seen an uptake in the financialization of housing. Housing financialization is when housing is used as an opportunity for wealth and investment, much like a commodity, rather than an important element within a thriving community. Locally, we see this in various forms, including when investment property owners have opportunities to make additional financial gains, such as through short-term rentals, rent evictions, or simply the sale of rental properties when markets are favorable. The results of these activities have been significant over the past couple of years and have made big impacts on our local private rental market. Additionally, a large real estate investment trust who owns several private rentals has also made the decision to no longer partner with us to offer their units as affordable housing through our rent supplement program. We've lost 50 units through that long-term partnership. We're seeing the effects of rising inflation in all of our lives, but also this is the reality to landlords, and naturally rents are going up because of rising inflation and costs. But it's also, of course, then creating additional affordability pressures for our households and residents. Finally, the needs of our population and society are changing for many reasons, requiring an increased need for supports in our community. Next slide, please. In the last few years, we have been adding households to our community housing waiting list at a rate 12 to 13 times more than we're actually housing these households. The increase in wait times now are sometimes having people wait up to 14 years for an opportunity for affordable housing. And this is resulting in a lot of situations and symptoms that we are seeing in our community. We know that some households now are staying in living conditions and situations that are in contraventions of other municipal bylaws in some situations. Next slide. Given the increasing pressures on the dwindling private rental market supply and increasing need, supply and demand have created conditions allowing rents to far outpace increases in household incomes, creating in some cases a 65% rent increase over the last 5 years. I've just explained in that chart, or provided in that chart, some of the increases we are seeing. And our Human Services Office is actually calculating and capturing this information on a weekly basis. Next slide. Given the need to be very intentional in our effort to meet the affordable housing targets, we need to prioritize our efforts in all of our businesses wherever possible to achieve the affordable housing targets. We can't take the risk to see affordable housing come by chance through expected growth. And by the end of 2029, at this point, we still need to achieve 1,143 units of affordable housing. Next slide. For the first time, the 2024 proposed budget will include a new affordable housing reserve. Going forward, we're going to be able to hopefully budget towards intentionally making investments to support affordable housing capital costs to help us really move that needle on meeting these targets. Since 2008, CKL has been supporting affordable housing development by waiving municipal fees and charges. Given rising increases in construction and financing costs, this contribution is not enough to help make projects viable. These fees that are being waived are currently only representing 3 to 6% of the total cost of the affordable housing unit. With a new affordable housing reserve, we have the opportunity for greater progress. That being said, municipal governments can't alone carry all the costs of building or incentivizing affordable housing. But we also can't keep waiting for other levels of government to help us out. We need to do the best we can with what we have locally. We also know that given the political cycles of upper levels of government, we really struggle locally to try to plan for any future investments when sometimes we only know a few months ahead. And sometimes if we're lucky, we might know 2 years ahead of what investments are coming. But we can do our best with our local plans and especially opportunities to make some new local investments. Next slide. So looking at the raw numbers, approximately $400,000 is needed to build one new affordable housing unit. This has risen by about 30% over the last few years and is consistent in what the local affordable housing developers are experiencing, and also in the estimates, if you recall, in the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus 7 and 7 presentation back in June. In order to meet our targets, 1,208 units actually still require financial support to have that shovel in the ground. The total cost without any funding offsets is $483 million over the next 6 years. And a little later, I will discuss some opportunities that we're aware of that will help provide some progress towards the targets. Next slide. There's lots of opportunities still for municipal governments to support affordable housing. Some of these examples that I have provided on a slide is, doing things such as waiving of fees and charges, which is our current practice. We can also donate land, which we've done a couple of times. And we can now also look at ways to exempt these properties from property taxes to help with the operating pressures. And we can now, as I've discussed, look at opportunities to provide capital funding and also rent subsidies. Next slide. The most economically benefit way, of course, is to make projects viable through greater upfront one-time capital contributions, or that helps to reduce or eliminate the need to require debt altogether, and if done appropriately in a perfect world, that also reduces the need to have any rent subsidies and allows rents to be naturally affordable. When this isn't an option, rents need to be much higher. And in order for it to be affordable, an ongoing annually increasing rent subsidy is needed. So potentially a combination of capital contributions, debt financing, and rent subsidies may be one option we need to look at. And staff are starting to look deeper at some of these various financial analysis. Another recent impact to affordable housing development is the rising interest rates. Each time we hear on the news about interest rates increasing, it requires each new affordable housing development that is needing debt to operate actually need to have rents even higher to cover those operating costs and debt costs. Next slide. Currently, purchasing multi-residential properties can cost less than building new if we can find them. We do have a limited rental housing stock in our community, but periodically we do have some multi-residential buildings that come up for sale, and maybe there's an opportunity for us to purchase them or to support KLH Housing Corporation in purchasing them. And we'll bring forward an opportunity to dive into this a bit more with council over the next few months. Also, innovative building systems such as container or modular building systems are becoming increasingly popular, and it's anticipated that hopefully some of those may eventually bring us some cost efficiencies. Servicing limitations are also another barrier to any additional growth in housing, but also, of course, affordable housing. And so we'll start exploring opportunities around potentially looking at reserving some capacity in our systems to help support affordable housing so that doesn't become a barrier when developing affordable housing. Currently underway is this review of the city's 10-year financial plan, and staff are working together to ensure that this updated plan provides opportunities to support our updated affordable housing needs based on today's current environment. Additionally, staff are going deeper in finding ways to help support operating costs of affordable housing developments by exploring measures within the Municipal Act to exempt these properties from property taxes. Exploring other streamlining opportunities through planning processes can also help support affordable housing. Next slide. Municipalities can also indirectly support affordable housing through implementing disincentives to discourage things such as vacant units, as well as underdeveloped or idle land. Given the rising social challenges, the municipality as well as community partners can also support the implementation of various plans and strategies such as the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan or other measures to help address the needs of our vulnerable residents. Finally, advocacy to upper levels of government also provides an important opportunity for support, and groups such as the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus and AMO have been actively keeping affordable housing top on their priority lists. Next slide. As already mentioned, planning for anticipated federal and provincial funding allocations is really challenging. We can best estimate that 15 to 19 million should be anticipated by 2029 to support affordable housing development. Also included on this slide is a short list of some less anticipated but potential funding sources that may also be available to us. Next slide. Recently, staff have been identifying some surplus municipal land opportunities to support affordable housing. It's important that affordable housing builds make the best use of our land. And so locally, we have been looking at ideal densities of around 50 units per hectare of land. A small portion of these units may be market rent units to help assist with social economic challenges, but increasing market rents will only require additional land to achieve our overall targets. We also need to be mindful that newer incentives such as tiny homes or modular units may come with significant limitations to achieve appropriate density. When we have limited land options, we need to ensure that appropriate land use is achieved. Next slide. Almost there. All right, so of course, we have to visit this and we have to be aware that the cost of not achieving the targets is showing up in impacts in other ways in our community. So in addition to what has been discussed so far around rent subsidies versus one-time contributions to support affordable housing development, we also know generally that building housing is the best upstream approach when it comes to affordable housing and making sure we have a healthy community, and is a much better option than constantly reacting to the crisis of homelessness, which is a symptom of insufficient affordable housing. The cost of emergency shelter, as you know, is very high, even without considering the typical increase in interactions with the health and justice systems that naturally does happen by those experiencing homelessness. Next slide. A couple more slides left. The final two slides, we will just quickly talk about a brief overview of some of the priority items that staff are collectively across the corporation are starting to look at. So again, as I mentioned, I've covered a lot of information in this presentation, but anticipate that some of these items will be coming forward to council over the next few months for specific decisions. Next slide. Staff will be establishing a working committee to purposely move forward some of the remaining objectives in our 10-year housing and homelessness plan. Part of this group will also do a greater financial dive to explore the best ways to financially support affordable housing development. As already mentioned, staff will also include new investments for that affordable housing reserve within the 2024 budget, and will look at ways to redesign our current affordable housing target program. Additionally, as part of the budget process, staff will also work with KLH Housing Corporation to determine what their current gaps are and moving forward with two of their housing developments that have been on hold for the last couple of years, simply because of a lack of funding. Next page, please, or next slide. During 2024, a housing needs study will be completed as part of the midpoint review of the 10-year plan. Another priority item is to also review our local process to help streamline affordable housing through various municipal processes. So we look forward to bringing some further details to you in the near future on these items. And that wraps up my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Not a happy story, but we knew our targets were very ambitious. So, but things haven't broken our way on this either. So, I see we have a few questions. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Michelle. Great presentation. I'm wondering, have we ever looked at cooperatives? Cooperatives are really a good form of housing because it, engages community and growth, and I just wondered if we'd ever looked at that.
Through the mayor to the councillor, we don't have any cooperative housing projects locally. We do have some neighboring service managers that do have them. They don't come without their challenges, but it is being talked about a little bit more in the sector. So certainly keeping attuned to some of those conversations.
Just further, like the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, who came and made a presentation of ways of funding housing. I'm just saying, I actually got an email yesterday from a person in Bobcaygeon. We have the old school, the old hospital that's just sitting there, old doctor's office that have just been sitting there for 10 years, rotting, it's just sitting there. So what would be the avenue to make that happen and put that into housing? I've been trying to get housing in Bobcaygeon for 20 years, and because we don't have any excess land ourselves, it's not happened. So I'm just wondering what the route would be for something like that.
Through the mayor to the councillor. So for something like that, I talked in the presentation about exploring opportunities to, find some budget room and delegate some authority to act to maybe purchase properties for the purpose of affordable housing. Although we were thinking existing multi-residential units, but potentially we can expand that to other properties that could be rehabilitated into affordable housing. So, no, we shouldn't be leaving any stone unturned. So any option like that is something we're starting to look at a little bit more creatively.
Councillor Perry, then Yeo, Ashmore, and McDonald.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you, Michelle, for the excellent presentation, for the update, and all the work that Housing is doing. Councillor Yeo and I sit on the board of the Housing Corporation, and I know in speaking with you and Kirsten before our meeting today that, as the Mayor said, progress on the housing and homelessness plan is a challenge, obviously. And, the housing and homelessness plan is a good plan. It's just, I think you share my opinion that moving forward has been hampered to date. Mm-hmm. I think of the 60 plus recommendations, maybe 7 have been fully implemented, which is only over 10%. So my question is, because it's a good plan and because everyone is working hard, are we being hindered by forces that are kind of beyond our control in terms of implementing, such as Bill 23? For example, and how has that affected your ability to deliver, especially with private developers and their commitments? And what can we do? I mean, especially it goes to everyone in this room or on the council table, myself particularly being on the board, how can we help in terms of what further assistance is needed to get more results from this good plan?
Through the mayor to the councillor, and hopefully I can remember all your questions.
It was more just around how can we work together to get results, to improve upon delivery.
For sure.
Because clearly this isn't a good news report, really.
You're right. The original 10-year housing and homelessness plan was extremely specific, and it had a very detailed set of objectives. A lot of them were overly ambitious, and they were good things that probably naturally would have happened and still will happen. But the reality is, within a couple of months of the plan coming into play, we entered into a global pandemic that no one obviously predicted. It took staff resources away for months, if not more than a year, to working on some of those things. And naturally, needs in our community changed. So sometimes that's the risk that's taken with a really detailed detailed plan is that it's not as flexible when, you know, we have greater needs that have changed before us that we weren't able to predict. And as far as opportunities of ways to support affordable housing development, I mentioned some of them in the presentation today. You know, advocacy is key. It's really helpful for us from upper levels of government to know potentially as ahead as possible what sort of funding opportunities may be coming. Some of the more federal housing opportunities are extremely competitive in nature and are requiring a lot of staff time to even apply for them. We've just got the results from our third attempt of applying for one particular development. Unfortunately, we were turned down again for that.
Follow-up?
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for the response. I just know too, for example, other municipalities have had success in reducing their homelessness nest, shall we say, and increasing their affordability, especially the community of St. Thomas, for example. I think they've put close to a 30% reduction. So perhaps, if not awares, a model to look at from other municipalities. I mean, this is such a huge market failure, not just here in Kawartha Lakes, but structurally across Canada. And yeah, I just look forward to hearing more about the specifics that we can do to help end this severe problem here in Kawartha Lakes, and let us know, you know, too, as councillor, how we can do that moving forward. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Yeo.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. The report is definitely disheartening, and it's a little disheartening to see that we're still recognizing the train station in Coboconk as a possible site for housing, but I hope we're not spending too much money studying that one, as we are planning to get a wellness center built there. On another note, on smaller projects, and projects all seem to be focused on big stuff. There's buildings like the school or the old nurse practitioner's office in Kirkfield, and it's a building. It's owned by the city. It's already a house. It's sitting there, and council's made the decision to tear it down. Where in the town of Kirkfield, certainly a renovation to turn that into 2 or 3 one-bedroom apartments would go a long way in Kirkfield, at least, just to creating a small project. So the focus seems to be on big projects. So is there any focus in staff looking at these small one-offs like that, where a building, a perfectly good building, could be renovated and turned into at least some kind of help?
Through the mayor to the councillor, ideally, we want to see a decent level of density, because that helps with operating costs. To serve and do the maintenance on smaller properties, it does come with significant operating pressures to do it. But at the same point, you know, we need to start maybe exploring smaller opportunities, which isn't ideal, but we're not dealing with a very great situation right now. So it might be something we could very well explore a bit more.
Yeah, and just to follow, if I could, and I know the big projects and stuff that we've been applying to the federal government for funding, getting turned down for a third time because maybe our focus on the big projects is financially even out of reach for them as they're trying to spread this across the whole country. And maybe these smaller projects and more applications, I don't know what the answer is, but hopefully it can be included in plans going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few questions to Michelle. Thank you for your presentation. The first one is what are more commonly referred to as little homes. I know in County of Peterborough and the City of Peterborough, they've already started that program. I'm just wondering, and it's worked pretty well so far. Has City Kawartha Lakes ever looked at that proposal that they're doing in Peterborough, our neighbor? And it seems to be up and running there. I'm just wondering, have you had much correspondence with them on how that's working and if it could work here?
through the mayor to the councillor. So yes, certainly have been in conversation with my peers in Peterborough, as well as other service managers. As I mentioned too in the presentation, although popular things like tiny homes on the surface seem beneficial, we're also trying to balance that with appropriate land use. And when you have a footprint of a property that could accommodate apartment building versus a handful of tiny homes, it is something we are trying to balance locally to address our needs. I understand not just from Peterborough, but from other regions too. Tiny homes are coming with some of their challenges, and it's not fully implemented yet in Peterborough. So we are following closely what Peterborough is doing, and we will, if there's something that we can replicate here, then we'll certainly look at doing that.
Okay, thanks. And secondly, you mentioned development charges. I know the prior council reduced commercial development charges to 0%, which really attracted a lot of interest, and it did attract jobs in industry, commercial. Do you think that it would be a great idea if we could have these development charges lowered for residential construction, because this is what developers could really use? And do you think this would be a really good incentive to bring builders here to do the affordable housing if we reduce their development charges as an option?
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor. So great question. We, through the Affordable Housing Target Program that's been in place since 2020, we have been offering a whole realm of incentives for affordable housing development. And we have been advertising this stream of incentives with any larger residential developer. I think we have now provided input on about 8,000, developments representing 8,000 units across the city. And we have had interest from one private partner. So although we have been trying to offer even more than reducing or waiving development charges, it's simply not enough of an enticement for developers to build affordable housing. As I mentioned too, with the cost of construction rising, with financing rates rising, waiving any fee possible at our municipal level is only reducing the cost of these units by about 6%. So it's really actually turning out to be not a deep enough incentive.
Okay, thanks. I know you're doing all you can there, and I really appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McDonald.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Michelle, for all your hard work. Sometimes opportunities are right underneath our nose, and if you look downtown Lindsay, we probably have 60% of the places downtown Lindsay that nobody lives upstairs in the apartments, which is could be a lot of land. And we talked quickly about that, but that's something that should be explored, and we just got to keep on looking outside the box to come up with new ideas. And the land is there, it's built downtown, and nobody's upstairs. So lots of opportunities there for sure, and I'm sure maybe in other communities around in Fenland, Bobcage and everything, they might have the same thing. But anyway, thanks for your report, and hopefully we can help you.
Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks very much. For me, I just had one comment to make, is that the sentence over the last 8 months that I continue to hear over and over again is, we can't wait for the upper levels of government. And you're right, first of all. So full support, as Councillor Perry said here, 100%. It is a municipal issue and we have to get on it. I understand that. But I just like for the record to say that it's pretty frustrating when every single time, that's okay. That's just fine. Well, we can't wait for the province and we can't wait for the feds, so we'll take it on. Well, we will take it on as we continue to take everything on, but I'd like to go on the record as saying that I think when Councillor Perry says, how do we get results from this plan? I'll call the elephant in the room. We're not going to get results from this plan until we have the cooperation from the province and from the federal government that are responsible for a significant part of the legislation that's holding us all up. And that is the answer, or an answer in part, but full support here. And obviously it's a huge burden, and I can't even imagine your day. So thanks for the report.
Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, and my sentiments echo as well. And I mean, when we looked at page 18, just the list of different funding opportunities, and like you said, it's a pretty competitive market. So, I mean, we're going to keep having these conversations so we can help you move along. So even when it comes for us to be more competitive to get that funding, tell us what you need. If you need more bodies or you need, you know, a certain direction, we're here because we have to address this issue in the city of Kawartha Lakes. So I just want to show our support that way as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and just listening to the news this morning in Toronto, and you know, Angel private partners have come forward to help out. So I think the more we talk about this, that's what we need too. We need people to step up out of the private sector and help. So the more we talk about it, it's a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions, Michelle, if you don't mind. Do you think that there is reticence in the private sector because of the implications of the Landlord-Tenant Act?
That's a good question. We do hear some of that. There are increasing challenges with property management and rental properties. The Landlord and Tenant Board is several months, sometimes more than a year, behind in addressing problematic issues in residential rental units, and it is making it really challenging for a landlord to want to be a landlord, to be very honest. It's challenging for me to say that, of course, but it's a reality that a private landlord's having. It's also reality that our own local housing corporation is having as well as our nonprofit partners. So it is a system that does need to be repaired. I know the province has made some announcements around improving and making more investments to fix the Landlord and Tenant Board. So trying to remain optimistic about some of those changes that will happen, because it is becoming increasingly challenging for landlords.
My other question is, I think within your presentation, you talked about perhaps the need to adjust our plan. But even if we adjust our plan, it's not going to make the problem go away. The folks are still going to be out there that require the units. So, you know, it seems like shuffling the deck chairs on the Titanic. Our plan's going to look good, but we still have the problem. And you know, I know how hard everybody over there is working trying to address this issue, and I think that you know, a bunch of us maybe have to put our heads together and see what can be done. And certainly your notes about the developers and the MZOs and their commitments to land and money, the sooner that happens, probably the better. So, but thank you very much for the presentation. And are there any more questions or comments? Cheryl?
Thank you, Mayor Elmsley, and through you to the rest of council and to Michelle. I just wanted to say thank you for taking the time to have discussion today. This sometimes feels like it's an effort all alone. However, this is a collective, collaborative leadership approach that we have to take as a city to approach this. And I think that's probably what you're hearing from Michelle and probably through Ron over the last couple of months and the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus. This just doesn't land in Human Services Department. This is a collective approach that we have to take as a corporation, and Michelle has laid out some really good thoughts and ideas. However, it behooves staff now to go back to the table and start moving this forward, and probably having some discussion at this table, which may be courageous and stretch us, and probably, as Councillor Perry said, some further advocacy needed. So I just wanted to say thank you on that behalf, and that's where we are planning to move forward. So yeah, appreciate your ears today.
Yes.
Thank you. I have a motion to receive the presentation. Councillor McDonald, Councillor Perry.
Thank you.
All in favor? And that's passed. Our next item is item 8.2.1, which is the Housing and Homelessness Plan Annual Progress Report. And the motion is that the report HS 2023-006, 2022 Housing and Homelessness Plan Annual Progress Report be received for information, and that staff be authorized to proceed with submission of an application to the Federal Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation Housing Accelerator Fund, should it be deemed appropriate. Are there any questions prior to the motion? Councillor Smeed.
Just quickly, I had two, so I felt bad when I saw you head back to your seat, but you can answer from there. On page 72 of the report, it was just two quick things. I'll tell you what they were, so you don't have to look it up. It was mentioned after a 2-year temporary relocation of the emergency shelter. So there was an emergency shelter, and that was new to me. Where is that located?
So through the mayor to the councillor. So during COVID at the very beginning, a place called Home has been our only emergency shelter for the community. And we had a funding opportunity come along through pandemic funding to rehabilitate and actually tear down and redevelop the emergency shelter, a place called Home. But of course, we had to continue providing emergency shelter resources. So we had emergency shelter for a couple of years out of local motels.
Okay. And then thank you. And then the only other question I had was in the report it mentioned that there were we already knew the homelessness outreach workers, and one is in Lindsay, one Haliburton, and it said the new staff began training in January. So I just wondered how that was going and what a typical day in the life of a week might be for those people, just to get a grasp of what that person,
yeah,
not what they do, I'm sure, just kind of like how that's going. And
yeah, those through the mayor to the councillor. So that individual staff member for Lindsay is actually not in the office that often, which is the purpose of outreach. So we're really actually happy to have, for the first time, a dedicated outreach position to actually be in the community with our vulnerable residents. She's literally meeting people where they are at, and in any circumstances, she is connecting individuals to various resources. She is coming across some who are, middle-aged individuals, and she's recognizing that they have an undiagnosed developmental disability, and she's making connections to supports and resources like that, and that's not an uncommon story. So she is in a position where she's not holding, she's not operating any program that has any criteria. She's just there to make connections and to help support people make some connections to services and some help.
yeah, and I'd like to say thanks to that, because a lot of the conversations that are needed, that I have hours a week on this particular issue with people, is just pointing out that there is no such thing as a homeless person. The key is for one of the first steps clearly is somebody like this making and getting to know every individual and their story and their background. Everybody has a unique history and a situation, and so I wanted to point that out, that we do have that person on the ground who's making those connections. Yeah, so thanks.
Councillor Warren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I wanted to say this previously, but I already spoken twice, but short-term rentals, we did make a resolution for staff to look at rezoning neighborhoods, so we don't end up with a whole neighborhood of short-term rentals. So that's another tool that we have, just to put that out there. Thank you.
Did you want to make a motion? Did you want to move this motion? Thank you. Seconder? Deputy Mayor Richardson? All in favor? Yep. And that's passed. Moving on, Planning Advisory Committee. That the minutes of the July 12th, 2023 Planning Advisory Committee meeting be received and recommendations included in section 9.3 of the agenda be adopted. Deputy Mayor Richardson, seconder Councillor Ashmore. All in favor? And that's passed. We're now down to the consent matters. And Councillor Smeaton, you have that. And so it is that all proposed resolutions shown in section 10.1, you go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have the extraction numbers. If those could be given, I'd be happy to read it. Were there any?
Okay, I think 10.1.1.
Yep.
By Councillor Warren, 10.1.8 by yourself.
That was rescinded.
Okay.
Yeah.
You also had 10.1.17.
Perfect.
Deputy Mayor?
I would like to extract 10.1.14 at this time.
Perfect.
10.1.14? Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Hang on. Councillor Ashmore, did you have any other extractions?
No, well, it was just the 10.2.1.
Oh, it's already
but
extracted.
It's already extracted, so I'm okay.
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 Thank you.
Yep.
Sorry, Councillor, go ahead.
Okay, so I move, seconded by Deputy Mayor Richardson, moved by myself, that all of the proposed resolutions shown in section 10.1 of the agenda be approved and adopted by council in the order that they appear on the agenda, and sequentially numbered, save and except for items 10.1.1, 10.1.4, and 10.1.17. Did I not say it? Sorry, 10.1.14. My apologies.
Did you say 10.1.4 or 10.1.8?
I guess this is my last time with this job, eh? I had 10.1.1, and from there, I immediately moved to 10.1.14. I made an error by saying
So you have
0.4.
2 extractions?
The third would be 10.1.17.
Okay. Saving it. Sure. Yes.
Sorry, Mayor, point of order. I had understood that 10.1.2 had been extracted this morning.
Oh, my apologies.
Disposition of municipal property.
The update to set pricing.
No, it hadn't been.
Okay, I'll extract that one then, if I could, 10.1.2.
Yeah. In future, can you please get them in by 9 a.m.?
My assumption, that my error, I thought it had been extracted.
Okay. So, do you want to try it again?
Sure. Apologies. Moved by myself, seconded by Deputy Mayor Richardson, that all of the proposed resolutions shown in section 10.1 of the agenda be approved and adopted by council in the order that they appear on the agenda, and sequentially numbered, save and except for items 10.1.1, 10.1.2, 10.1.14, 10.1.17.
Perfect. All in favor? Cute, that's passed. Councillor Warren, 10.1.1.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I will move to receive the report, and I extracted this because I wanted to speak to it. So I would like to suggest in the future, not a motion, that some language in the policy to make sure access for the public is safeguarded going forward. I know every time staff look at the parameters of each sale, but I'd like to, if possible, to look at some language that protects access to the public. So that's why I extracted it, but I'm wondering if you would allow a resolution. I just want them to look at it.
So I think perhaps we received the report and ask staff to come back
That's
with
fine.
what it would look like.
Thank you. I just thought that it should actually be in a policy where I know we look at it each and every time, but I think it needs to be verbiage needs to be in the policy.
Well, I think the problem is, as you point out, each one is separate and distinct.
Yep.
And has different parameters to
Yep.
it. And that's why each one comes forward separately.
Yep.
And, you know, you do have an opportunity to ask that question or to make
Just-
it. But I'm saying, if you can get a seconder here, you know, we'll receive the report and ask staff to come back with what that might look like.
Thank you, that's fine. And if I get a seconder, I'll speak to it then and maybe add my other half of it into the report that they could come back with, so.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Ashmore.
So, yeah, I said it before, I just think that there needs to be some language in the policy that is looked at each and every time. I know staff do, but there were a couple previous ones that had some wiggle room. So I would just feel better that there was language in a policy to protect the public for access into water when we're selling all these shoreline road allowances. Thank you. So that's all I'm asking, if a report could come back, and maybe within that report also, this was brought up years ago, to have some educational material when we do sell these shoreline road allowances, to have some information on how to look after your shoreline. There was initiative through Kawartha Conservation for new landowners on the water. It was like a welcome wagon package to show people how they look after their shoreline. So maybe that could be part of it also. Thank you.
Councillor Ashmore, do you want to speak to it?
Sure. Thanks for the mover there, Councillor Warren. I think it's all about transparency too. Everything has to be brought to this table. And I think another thing that we used to have was a comprehensive list of what we have, assets, land assets, because land is our biggest asset in this municipality. So there's some big decisions being made here, and we really need to be kept informed, and transparency is key. And I think this report would at least, get that out there, and so we know what's going on here, because I know of a few instances where, I won't get into too much depth, but I think that it should come to the table and to this council table, and I think this is a good move here. If you could support it, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. Did you want to sum up?
Just quickly, it's just.
I have my hand up, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and just speaking, I guess, against the motion, the bylaw has very clearly has a policy and statement in there that we don't sell access to water on open road allowances. And unless the report's going to come back and it's going to discuss ways that if we're not going to sell shoreline road allowances, that we're going to also look at opening a different tax class to not register these properties as waterfront properties. Because we can't have it both ways in my mind. We can't charge these people taxes for living on the water and then say, oh, but you can't own the shoreline because it's public land. So I'm going to speak against the motion because I don't think it's right unless we come up with a different tax bracket for these people. So, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead and sum up.
So that's not what I'm talking about. It's just language in the policy, Councillor. That's all. I'm not another tax bracket or anything. It's to really specifically look, is there any possible access to water for the public when we are doing these? It's not usually right in front of somebody's cottage or whatever. It could be off to the side, it's just making sure the language is in the policy. I know they look at it every time, but it's to make sure that it's just the language in the policy. And I'm just asking for a report. It's not actually making a decision today. I'm asking for staff to bring back a report. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, and so, sorry, Mr. Mayor, but for my clarification, then you're talking about access to water, unopened road allowance, access to water, and not a shoreline road allowance, which in essence is the people's shoreline. They're two totally distinct things. And so you gotta be very, I'm not gonna support it one way, but access to water and unopened road allowances, absolutely I'll support it, but I won't support it on shoreline road allowances, which are the front of people's properties.
So sometimes there are, I don't want to get into a debate, but sometimes there are, you know, small accesses next to that big parcel right in front of somebody's land. It's just cleaning up the policy to make sure that it's in there. We look at it every single time. There's a view out there that we are getting rid of access to water. There just is that idea that more and more there is less and less access to water for the public. So that's why I brought it up.
I haven't heard that. What?
Councillor Yo's hand is still up.
Yeah, Councillor Yo?
Yeah, no, I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to suggest here that we split this, that we do a motion to receive, and then if you want to make a follow-up motion to do your motion, and we'll see where that goes. Can you do that? Okay. So the motion right now, I have all those in favor of receiving the report. Thank you. Now, do you want to make a follow-up motion?
So I wasn't actually going to make a motion about that. It was just a kind of memo to staff is what I brought forward to just look at that. So it wasn't actually a motion, but the clerk suggested that it be a motion. So it was just, you know, it was just information to go to staff. So I really didn't want to make that motion. It was just to put it out there to staff as a comment. Okay, so that, I'll leave that be, but I do have another motion. So if you'll, yes, so.
Why don't you put them together?
Okay, so I'm making a motion that staff bring back a report on verbiage no, I'm just trying to make it easy because I really didn't want to make that motion. So it was just information to staff. So I don't think it needs to be a motion. I'd just rather make, like I handed this in earlier, so it's going around and around. It was just a
How about we ask staff to review the policy and bring it back?
Right, and maybe within that, make them, that all shoreline road allowances purchasers be given an educational handout on the proper maintenance of their shoreline, which is, Kawartha Conservation has that information.
So make a motion that staff review the shoreline road allowance.
Thank you. It didn't have to be that convoluted. I didn't want it to be. Thank you.
Okay. You got a seconder for that?
Hope so.
Councillor Perry?
It's just information.
Do you want to speak to it?
No, well, go ahead if you want. Mike, you want to speak? No.
Okay, all in favor? What?
It's just information.
Oh.
Yeah.
When do you want it back?
Third quarter. Fourth quarter. Yeah, we're already in the fourth quarter. It's just for information. Yeah. For information?
That it be done as part of the policy review?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Third quarter. All in favor? And that passes. Councillor Perry, you have 10-1-2.
I do, Mayor, and thank you for that. I just wanted to make sure we took a look at this as councillors, given that the report, and thank you very much to Laura, the clerk, and the clerk's office at Realty Services for putting this forward, provides three options in terms of the pricing of interior road allowances, shoreline road allowances adjacent to a river, and shore road allowances adjacent to a lake. And in the option being recommended by staff, those rates are set at $2.50, $3.50, and $9 per square foot, respectively. That struck me as quite low, and in consultation with Realty Services over the past week, I learned, of course, that this is far below the market value of these kinds of shoreline properties, but that the fair market value currently in the realty market assumes structures and residences as well. I guess my question is, as we move forward, is to what the rationale is, and I see it in the report to an extent, of setting a fixed price and doing so at lower rates when option one is that we continue with having an appraisal and looking at this from a fair market value perspective as the business of the corporation of the City of Kawartha Lakes. I'm worried of devaluing those kinds of purchases and rates, especially in these times where funds are required. And I think that independent appraisals, maybe each on a case-by-case basis, can take the subjectivity out. I mean, I know in the report, the standards being proposed were based on 20 parcels of land, 20 similarly situated allowances. But again, being so diverse in Kawartha Lakes, you've seen 20 allowances, you've seen 20 allowances. And so what I'm proposing is that we consider maintaining the fair, for the reasons I've just outlined, consider maintaining the fair market value assessments that recommended in option one. Thank you, Mayor.
Maybe we can hear from, I don't know, did you want to speak to this, or is Sherry available? Did you hear the question, Sherry?
So I think the question, through you to the councillor, my understanding of the question is, can we choose to keep doing appraisals? Am I correct?
No, I thought my question, I'll try and word it more clearly. I invited council to consider option one of continuing with fair market value appraisals. My question was more of the rationale behind moving towards a standardization, especially when that involves a political decision and interjected into the process, and also seems quite low, especially given some of the comparators were with lower density municipalities.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So the objective behind setting a set price was that council would have a chance to review what the appraisals had come in at. And then we were proposing to set a square footage price rather than a linear value. So that takes care of when the piece of shoreline or other type of road allowance is requested to be purchased, but it's not actually the full width of a road allowance, or it's an irregular piece, then that would give a more accurate value. So that was our impetus behind suggesting council set a rate, but we did also give the option of going back to appraisals.
No,
or
thank
continuing
you.
with appraisals, sorry.
Yes, thank you for that. And I know in your report you talk about perhaps some will be higher, some will be lower, but in that the standard would hopefully even out over time. Whereas to me, it's more around an independent valuation rather than a council set price, and around having those costs be what they are at the fair market value, for better or worse, more or less, as we move forward.
Councillor Yeo, you.
So
Oh, go ahead, Sherry.
Nope, that's okay. I was just gonna say that by evening it out, we were just saying that it takes into account that some are higher and some are lower. Sorry, that's all I was gonna clarify.
Thanks. Councillor Yo?
Yeah, thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Going to the other side of the coin, I actually thought this was part of 10.1.1, and I do apologize for not, I just, some reason didn't realize it was a separate report. I thought $9 a square foot. Remember, we're talking a square foot here. We're going from a linear foot and $23 or $15 historically, whatever it was, to $9 a square foot. So that's a huge jump. It's a little bit of relief for the property owners who again are being taxed as waterfront properties, and I thought it was a little high myself, but to say we stick with the current way we're doing it is I just can't see that happening, because some properties are just skyrocketing. They're outrageously priced for a piece of land that in essence are people's waterfronts are paying taxes on, but they don't own. And it comes back again to, why are they paying waterfront taxes if they're not waterfront owners? So $9 a square foot to my mind is high. I will support it because it gives the people an amount known going in. And when you go in with an appraisal, you're paying $3,000 to get an appraisal, which the consumer is paying, the property owner is paying, and it's just an added cost that won't be necessary if we adopt this policy and just have a flat rate. We did it for years and years and years on a linear foot, so now we're going to move to a square foot. I think it's a fairer system, and then staff also has in there they can look at it every 3 years, and we can abide by the market. And believe me, when this real estate market ever does come down, I don't know if it will. The Bank of Canada is doing their best to do it, but it ain't coming down. But if it ever does come down, we can adjust this to a lower rate at that stage. But right now, I think $9. Although my mind is high, I think it gives people at least going in knowing what they're going to pay for a piece of property that they're getting taxed on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perry, did you wish to make a motion, or what is it you'd like to do?
Sure, I'll make a motion. Of course, it's not lost on me that I'm arguing for a market solution here, and Councillor Yo is advocating for the state to intervene and set a price. That is to say, I would like to move option 1, that we, as moved in the report, that we continue to require appraisals for road allowance sales. As mentioned, I'm not sure why we're getting into or continuing in the pricing game as city council or as the city. And it just seems the fairest for us to, have unbiased appraisals, and for that to be worked out between Realty Services and the purchasers, all who wish to purchase land, just as like a private sale would proceed. Thank you.
Well, I think what you're saying is you want the status quo to remain. Option one is the status quo.
Correct.
So you want it to remain. So I think what we need to do is defeat this motion, and then the status quo will remain.
With respect, Mayor, no one's moved the report be received yet or acted on. So I'm not moving that. I have no motion.
Okay.
Well, I do have a motion. It's that we adopt option 1.
So the motion is that the report be received and that council approve option 1 in the report.
I would do separate. I would receive it and then do.
So let's receive it first. So you're moving it, Councillor Perry. Is there a seconder to receive? Councillor Warren. All in favor of receiving the report? Okay. That's done. Now, the motion will be that council approve option 1 in the report to do appraisals and fair market value. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Ashmore. Councillor McDonald, do you wish to speak to it?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. I think having an appraisal is the right way to go, is because that way you can get exactly what the property is worth at the time. Who pays for the appraisals?
The purchaser, I believe.
So it's not going to cost us any money. We might as well, an appraisal is the way we've always worked in any type of land I've ever bought and stuff like that. It's always been appraised and so on. So I think that would be a fair market. It might be higher than it is, it might be lower, but I think that would be fair, and that way we aren't setting any prices which could be too low.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you. I just have a question for clarification. I mean, we've got a report in front of here with, different alternatives all the way through. So I want to ask staff, they're the ones that are dealing with these parcel values and whatnot on an ongoing basis. I just want a more, maybe opinion from staff saying why they provided the different options at this time.
Sherry.
Thank you. Through you to the councillor. We've provided the different options to allow council to make the decision of how they wanted to proceed with land sales. We find that when we do appraisals, it raises the value to the purchaser because they have to pay for the appraisal as well. So we thought by bringing forth the appraisals for the past year, which we have done, we now have an idea of how they're being valued. And so we proceeded with a report based on those values. And then we did add an option into the report that we will review it on a regular basis to make sure that the amounts that have been set are still valid and do or do not need to be revised, like depending on the review.
Thank you. Are you fine with that? Yep. Councillor Smeaton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. Could I hear Councillor Yo's explanation one last time? I took notes on it. Well, no, but now, based on the next steps conversation, I'd like to hear him again. It made good sense to me, but I've heard other things now. Sorry to put him on the spot.
That's okay. He had his hand up. He wants to say something else, so he can do both at the same time. You heard, Councillor Yo, that Councillor Smeaton would like your rationale for supporting the report as printed.
Yeah, and thank you for that. I was going to get back into it for sure anyway. Thanks, Eric. Mr. Smeaton. I've heard some comments as well. This is not the way it's always been done. Maybe in the private sector, this is the way it's been done. You get an appraisal, you sell your land. For years and years and for decades, this property was sold per linear foot, and the purchaser paid the legal fees, paid their 15, 23, whatever it was at the time, per linear foot of waterfront, and the deal was done. And most times it cost, I'm going back a few years, but it was $8, $10, $12, $15,000, and they got the right to buy the waterfront they thought they owned when they purchased the property. And now, a couple of years ago, council did a complete 180, and we started getting all these properties appraised. So it was brand new, and all of a sudden these prices went from the $8, $10, $12, $15,000 to some cases $80,000, $90,000, $45,000, and it was a huge jump. And I started getting a lot of calls from people saying what happened to when I read the thing, it was $23 a linear foot, now all of a sudden I'm paying all this money because council went to the appraised value. So it went huge. And so to sit there and say, oh, it's making more money and more money, in the cases of the shoreline road allowances, it's people's waterfront. They're classified as a waterfront property. They're paying taxes as a waterfront property, which is a huge difference from a place in town. And so they've been paying this tax, and they don't own the waterfront. So they want the right to buy that road allowance in front of them. At $9 a square foot now we're talking a square foot, not a linear foot. And you have to take that into case. You could have a 100-foot waterfront. By the 66 feet, you're talking 1,000 or 6,600 square feet at $9 a foot. And that's still a huge cost. It's still a windfall for the municipality. But you have to remember, you as a councillor are representing that landowner to do what's right by them, in my mind, that's my opinion, to do what's right by them. And you got to remember your role as a councillor in the Municipal Act is to represent the ratepayer while looking after the financial stability of the municipality. So in the case of charging them per square foot and not an appraisal, you're doing both in my mind. You represent the ratepayer for saying, this is what it's going to cost you, no hidden cost, $9 a square foot, no appraisals, no nothing, no added costs. You're going to pay the $9 a square foot. You're still going to pay the legal fees to do the transfer. And at the same time, at $9 a square foot, you're still definitely looking after the financial stability of the municipality. Because you're going from a pittance before, they were selling it for next to nothing. And now you're still getting a huge dollar for people's waterfront back to the municipality. So in my mind, by setting the price at $9 a square foot, getting rid of the appraisal, getting rid of the extra cost for the ratepayer, and giving them the ability to use their waterfront solely is just a win-win for everybody. And the way it is now, it's totally unfair to a lot of people who are being either forced to abandon the opportunity to buy the waterfront or to pay inflated, what you want to call fair market, inflated market values at a time where it's just interest rates are climbing, everything's climbing, so you just want to slam them one more time with more outrageous costs. And that's my opinion on the matter. Let's set the price for them. So they know what it is going in and have a win-win for both sides of your job as councillors. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Robin.
Thank you. So just a point of clarification on the taxes. So the city doesn't set the taxes, that's MPAC. For waterfront property, if you're on a shoreline, whether or not it's developed or not, so whether or not it has your dock on it and some trees and it seems like it's your property, but it's not, or if there's a road in front of your property, in both cases, MPAC values that as shoreline. So regardless of whether or not the city can sell the shoreline, because it wouldn't if there was a road in front, the tax result will remain the same. So there will be inequity.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Through you. So we're talking about two different things. We're talking about shoreline road allowances, but also other things, other land parcels that we're selling. And it seems to me the market price would make sense for everything else. I tend to agree that the shoreline road allowance should be by linear foot, but the rest should be at market value of period, just market value. So is it not just two issues really that we're deciding here? I guess that's to Robin, really. Because I think they're two different things, that, you know, shoreline road allowance versus the rest. Because when we did the initial look at this like 20 years ago, we weren't even talking about shoreline road allowances back then. So it was really meant to be excess land, excess buildings, that sort of thing. So I look at this as two separate issues.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and the councillor is absolutely correct. This report is just relating to road allowance and how we value road allowances. The city values its independently developable parcels by appraised value.
Councillor McDonald.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just one question then. If you don't have an appraisal and you set per square foot. How do you know when the market changes if you never get an appraisal?
Who's the question for? Sherry?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we put in the report that we would reevaluate it. I think it's every 3 years. So then the municipality would look at doing more appraisals, not at the cost of the purchaser, but just to determine whether the prices that we had set were still accurate or if they needed to be revised.
3 years seems like a long time. We just seen what happened in the last year from houses that went up 40, 50%. So 3 years does seem like a long time to wait to find out whether you've got the right market and the right price on things.
So, council, you have a motion on the floor.
I certainly do. And
Yeah.
to sum up, I think that the appraisals for this type of purchase for shoreline road allowances of the city, I think both constituents and the city are served, both in terms of consistency, fairness, independence, and also, some may be more, some may be less. It isn't really necessarily a windfall or decline for either party. It depends on, because we have such diversity of allowances and roads in the city, that each one be judged accordingly rather than trying to set a one-size-fits-all. And I'll conclude with that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a seconder. Councillor Warren, you seconded. Councillor Ashmore seconded. Okay. All in favor?
I'd like a recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote asked for. Councillor Ashmore, you're the second?
Yeah, I just had a very quick question, if I could, please, through you to the, I guess.
We've had some up,
city solicitor.
so, sorry.
Okay. All right, that's fine.
Councillor Perry.
In favor.
Councillor McDonald.
In favor.
Councillor Yeo.
Opposed?
Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Opposed.
Councillor Ashmore.
In favor.
Councillor Warren.
Opposed?
Councillor Smeaton.
Opposed.
Mayor Elmsley.
Opposed.
So it was carried. Oh, sorry.
So the motion fails. Councillor Yeo, do you want to move the motion as printed?
As printed.
I have a seconder. Deputy Mayor Richardson. Have you spoken to it enough, or you want to speak to it again?
No, I'm all talked to.
All in favor? And that passed. We have two more items on the consent agenda, or do you want to take a break? Okay. Next item is item 10-114. Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you. I had a community member reach out to me at the last moment today with Councillor Joyce being away. This morning, the board had a meeting at the Peniel congregation, have now amalgamated with the Woodville United Church. So it is going to be listed for sale, and at this time, they rather not have anything attached to it to complicate the sale. So I'm asking to remove the proposed heritage designation at this time.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Smeaton. Emily's on the line. Did you want her to speak to it at all, or? Ms. Turner, you heard from Deputy Mayor Richardson.
For Emily's report.
So, and is there anything you wanted to say?
Not specifically. Designation is a council's prerogative, so council can choose to designate or not designate a property as it chooses. One thing I will mention is that the reason that this property was recommended by the Heritage Committee for designation is because it is going up for sale. So the committee was aware that the sale of the church was imminent, and the rationale for listing, or sorry, not for listing, it's already listed, for designating a property when it was coming up for sale was to ensure that any future use of the church retained the existing building, which is a community landmark.
Thank you. Is there any other questions or comments on this item? Do you want to sum up?
Just like I said, I had a community member reach out, giving me an update today as of Councillor Joyce being away, and they're asking for it to be removed. So I'm bringing that message to council today.
Thank you. So the motion is to receive the report and remove the heritage designation, or not approve the heritage designation for the Peniel United Church.
Yeah, all you have to do is receive it and then develop the report.
Okay, all we need to do is receive it. You have a question?
For you. So one person is going to change the designation? Sorry.
No, it was a board meeting they had today. So a member of the board reached out to me to say that they had a board meeting today and that they were amalgamating with the Woodville Church, proceeding with the sale of the church, and they did not want to have the designation placed. So it wasn't just one person, it was a board.
So the motion is just to receive the report. All in favor? And that passes. Last item on the consent agenda is item 10.117, Councillor Smeaton.
Point of order, Mayor, if I could. Does receiving that last report, does that mean that the heritage designation will not go ahead then?
I can speak to that, Mr. Mayor, if that would be helpful.
I'm sorry?
Oh, Councillor Smeaton had just asked that if that was the heritage designation, it wouldn't go forward. I can speak to that if that's helpful, but if not, that's all good.
I think it's all good. Thank you, Emily. You have item 10.117.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't. So there's just, I read it because that was my job, but I never extracted it. My apologies if that somehow was extracted.
So do you want to make a motion? Because it was not extracted?
That's correct.
Fine. Thank you. So that's the end of the extractions. Okay, so you're going to have to move it as printed.
Okay, I'll do that.
Seconded. Deputy Mayor Richardson. All in favor? That was a dog's breakfast, wasn't it? All right, let's take a break for 10 minutes. We'll come back at 3:25. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order.
Well, he wanted the list, and I said, well, that's the list, so.
Okay, we're on to item 10.2, which is items extracted from consent. Item 10.2.1 is the property at 581 Highway 36, Lindsay. And the motion is that the report RS 2023-008 surplus city-owned property 581 Highway 36 Lindsay be received, that resolution CR 2007-124 be rescinded, that resolution CR 2009-695 be rescinded, that resolution CR 2020-319 be rescinded, and that the surplus declaration of the city-owned property municipally known as 581 Highway 36 Lindsay and legally described as part of Lot 25 Concession 6 as in A42096, except parts 1, 2, and 3 on Plan 57R7922, subject to R347885, subject to R295322 in the geographic township of Ops, City of Kawartha Lakes, PIN 63209-0151 LT be rescinded, and we need a 2/3 majority to do that. Now, we heard from a deputant early on, so I am looking for, all right, Councillor Smeaton, you wanted to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I have comments as a result of that deputation, so is now the time? So for me, when I read through this was a lot of reading over and over again, to be sure. And at the committee of the whole meeting in, where are we, May 9th, the waste disposal option study, and this is all in here, the waste disposal option study was presented to council, as we know. So in this report, my feelings were I would side with the suggestion that it may be in the city's best interest to retain the property until such time as the waste disposal EA is complete. I have questions about this deputation. So in it, the individual mentions that he's had conversations with the city as long as 2 months ago. So for me, for a deputation to randomly appear out of nowhere at the last minute is bizarre. And for that, if it had appeared as a deputation before, ahead of time, last Wednesday evening, I would have had time to at least reach out, perhaps have had a coffee, ask this individual what's, you know, the curiosities that I would normally do with my job. That's what I do over those 5 days. So that I would have at least some ideas. Because now I'm in a situation where, as a member of landfill and somebody who's just recently gone to the incinerator in Durham, and thank you for that invitation, and all these different things that I'm thinking constantly about landfill, as we all are, based on the last decision we've made as council, this land to me, it looks very, very logical to make sure we preserve. And even real estate is saying that's a very viable option. Let's keep it for now, because now we're talking about it being a possible area we may need. So my head's in that. Then I hear deputation, and as the ward councillor for that area, I don't want people to think that I'm so naive as not to know that we clearly need industry as well. And here's an individual coming possibly, very infancy stages, as we saw, basically complete infancy as far as what we'd like to do, but nonetheless, potential jobs, potential good usage of land. So for me, I would have in these last 5 days had a meeting with Rebecca Mustard. I would have had a coffee with this individual. I would have asked the CAO if he had a moment to discuss. None of those were viable options. So I feel very, I won't say confused, I had really thought this through and was quite sure to present on behalf of my thoughts of the city that this is the ideal spot to hold on for a little while for landfill. And now I'd really like to discuss further options with this individual, because to say no to somebody who might be onto something we need, to me, would be very, not responsible. So those are my sentiments at this point, without any particular motion to follow.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
You ditto. That's why I asked the question to the gentleman who was here. It's just kind of bizarre at the 11th hour that this is all coming down. And it would make sense to keep the land for future, whatever, through, not necessarily landfill, but, we're having a lot of growth. So I think we need to put this off until we get more information from economic development and other parts of the city. The CAO maybe would wish to speak to this, but it just seems like an 11th hour decision that we shouldn't be making.
Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Well, I guess it's going to be redundant because that's exactly where I'm going. Like, we don't have enough information about this developer coming to the area for us to say, we've declared surplus, then we decided to retain it, then we decided to list it for sale, and now we're looking at retaining again, right? So there's that motion that we need to make, but there's a lot of unknown parts of this whole puzzle, and, I don't think that's a decision that I feel comfortable making today either.
Councillor Ashmore.
Thank you. This property, we bought it, we purchased it off an owner, and the sole purpose was to develop jobs, was to create basically an industrial park, a commercial park, and we did get it zoned to that, and we've had it on the market for a few years, but it was taken off the market last year, unfortunately. But we have had a former councillor, Seymour Fagan, had a film industry that wanted to come here. That wasn't that didn't go through, unfortunately, but we also have, it's not just something that's just cropped up. Just to get a bit of history, this property it's in an ideal location, and as the deputy said, they don't want to locate right in the GTA, really close to the city, where that location is off Highway 36. It's ideal because it would be a great boost to the economy for jobs. If you want jobs, this is what you want, and this is what I was, certainly one of the things I was elected on 4 years ago. And so that I'm sticking up for the families who want to bring industry and jobs to this community, and I'm not budging on that. I'm going to ask for a recorded vote, please, because I think it's really important that we keep this land on the market. As far as room for landfill, we have plenty of room on just off Wilson Road. There's hundreds of acres down there for any future expansion. So I respectfully don't think that should enter into this decision. I think we should keep this on the market. Let this business make an offer to us. If they don't make an offer, let another business or individual or corporation have the opportunity to buy this land and bring jobs here. This is what we want, jobs. So I think if you're for jobs, then you don't want to rescind this. You want to keep this to be kept on the market. So I drive by this property, and it's unfortunate. We could have had a lot of rent off this. We could have cash cropped this for a year. It's just growing weeds right now. It is in a kind of a sad state of affairs, but that could have generated income. It's too bad it wasn't even rented to make it look even more marketable, more presentable. But that's more of a cosmetic thing. But it's really, that was something that I was quite surprised that we never even rented this property out to a local farmer. But I think we need to bring jobs in here to this municipality, and that's what people are asking. And so that's where I stand on that. Thank you.
Councillor Smeaton for a second time.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Councillor Ashmore. Through you, I think there's some confusion here. So what I'm speaking to is the report that's here in our agenda. And in that report, there are options for that land, and one of them was, if you read the report, was for that to possibly be reserved for potential landfill expansion, along with many, many other lands. That would be the best chance, by the way, of it becoming possible industry. It doesn't change the zoning whatsoever, and if somebody comes forward with a business plan, we can articulate and listen to those people. I couldn't agree more. I don't think anybody at this table that we need industry and we need businesses, which is exactly why that maybe there was some confusion, why I'm saying, and I think my fellow councilors are saying, just if we could put this on hold for a bit. We have an individual, I'd just like to point out that this individual has come with no business plan whatsoever. They've literally done a deputation and said, I'm in this business and I'd like you to listen. And that's great if, once we start seeing that unfold and the CAO says, hey, this is something, there's ways to go through that. So when it comes to our table, it's actually an individual who has a business to bring. Currently, I heard a 4-minute conversation, and it interested me to the point where I thought maybe we could put this on hold for a little bit. So I hope that was clear, that was my intention, and that it's not really about, we don't have an industry that's just said, hey, here you are, here's 100 jobs. It was the most entry-level conversation I've probably heard actually in 8 months.
Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor. So let's listen then, and let's defer this or put it on hold. No harm in that, and also listening encourages and motivates action. So I would be in favor of putting this off for an independent amount of time, but I defer to the ward councillor and his wisdom on that.
Well, before we do that, if I could, even if we take away the designation and take away the surplus declaration, the land is still ours and still there, and we could dispose of it when we wanted. But I'd like to hear from Ms. Carlson, because I think there are some restrictions on that property as well if we were going to sell it. Is that correct? Could you clarify that, please?
Yes, certainly, and that is the reason why we are bringing this report, is we've had it on the market for quite some time, and it has been in the due diligence stage that the prospective purchasers don't complete the sale. They don't like the easements that cross the property, the proximity of the landfill. But if the council wishes to allow this potential purchaser time for due diligence, we can receive the report today and defer the balance of the matters, which would allow this individual time to look at the zoning constraints, the physical constraints on the property, and decide whether or not they'd like to bring an offer to the city.
Thank you. So, Councillor Perry, you're making a motion to defer.
From what I understand of procedurally, I'll make a motion to receive. Then, no action gets taken. The report is received for our information, and we can revisit that when any option firms up and comes further, no matter what it is within the options presented, or a job-creating industry, which is to be listened to.
And Councillor Warren, you're seconding the receive. Okay. Motion on the floor is to receive. All in favor? And that passes. So the status of the property stays the way it is right now.
Did you want a time frame for us to report back on the conversations with this individual?
Do you want to put a time limit on
Right.
when we should hear back from this individual?
Rather than a time limit, perhaps some motivation that the timing brings of a deadline. Third quarter? Yeah, let's say third quarter, end of third quarter. Is that too soon?
End of third quarter is a month away. Well, 2 months away. So how about the end of the year?
Fourth quarter is March, right?
He sounded like he was hot to try.
Okay. Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Fourth quarter?
Let's do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. Item 11 is 1111 is a petition regarding a request for the repair and resurfacing of Mary Street, west of Sturgeon Street South, Omemee, and for the installation of speed bumps. Copy of the petition with 88 signatures is available at the clerk's office. So we need a motion to receive. Councillor Ashmore, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just a question through you to Director Rojas. I believe we were going to do maybe a section of that for life cycle extension. What is the plan for that, Mary Street? Because, you know, it's taken the brunt of the traffic when we had the bypass for downtown Omemee. Are we looking at going from one end to the other for reconstruction in the next 2 years or 3 years, or what is the plan? If good, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I would have to look at the resolution the council passed for life cycle extension. There is a potential development there, a series of single-family homes or townhouses. I think it's called the Betty Lowe's subdivision. I'm not sure what state that is, but I would have to look at when that development is going to be executed, if it's going to be executed. They've been in the works for quite some time. And then we would reconstruct the road accordingly to coincide with the development. If that development never comes to be, then we would have to reevaluate the road. We did do a post survey of the road prior to the reconstruction of the downtown, so we would evaluate that once it's complete to see if that accelerates it in our capital planning process.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, it's Green Eden is the name of the development, and Betty Lowe's is the owner. It's been tough for her. She's done her best to get that off the ground in stages. It's a very expensive process getting that done. However, it's not so much Green Eden development, but it's the people who live on Mary Street who have, you know, taken the brunt of, even before this bypass, this street was in rough shape, and with the bypass, with cars speeding down and trucks and big trucks, like you're talking Trans-Canada Highway traffic that's going through your residential in front of your house. That's quite a you know, it's quite a lot of stress on the road and to the neighbors, and so they just would like to have some sort of a time frame as to when this road would be redone, because, you know, they've borne the brunt of this bypass, and there was no alternative but to go on Mary Street. But we need to sort of pinpoint, you know, whether it's going to be life cycle extension, which is fine, but I believe Manager Farquhar did mention that to me, but I don't see it on for the record, whether there's extra monies available or whether there's extra material, whether they can do some spot life cycle extension. That would be great for the time being. Thanks.
Did you want to make the motion to receive the petition and refer it to staff?
Yes, please. I'll make that motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smeaton, did you? I need it. Director, did you want to say something?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. So I do agree with Councillor Ashmore's assessment of the road. Wherever possible, we like to marry our capital project with our development activities. It doesn't make sense to reconstruct the road now, only for a year later that we have heavy development activity off that road to shorten its life. I would agree that the Betty Lowe developments has taken quite some time. So we sort of have to make a decision. We've been very patient on that development. We've allocated water capacity to that development. So sooner or later, we're going to have to make a decision whether that development actually proceeds or we just go ahead with our own capital projects. I would recommend that this decision be part of a decision unit during the council budget deliberations for consideration for 2025, for the 2024 capital budget.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for this to receive and refer it to staff? Councillor Perry and Councillor Ashmore, did you want to refer it to decision unit for the 2024 capital budget as well?
Yes, please. Yes,
Okay.
as well, if I could, please. That'd be
And
great.
you're
Thank
okay
you.
with that, Councillor Perry? Okay. All in favor? And that's passed. Bylaws. Councillor McDonald, you have bylaws? We have one extraction from bylaws, item 1311.
Sorry. Oh, wait, okay. Okay, moved by myself and seconded by Deputy Mayor Richardson with, that the bylaws shown in section 13.1 of the agenda, namely items 13.1.1 to and including 13.1.17, be read first, second, and third time, passed, numbered, signed, and the corporate seal attached with the extraction of 13.1.11.
13.1.1?
11.
13.1.1 or 13.11? 13.1.11.
111, yes.
Councillor Ashmore, which bylaw did you extract?
Yeah, I think, pretty sure it's 13.1.1. It was to do with the school. I was reading it right, the school speed zones.
13.1.1 is the speed zone.
Yeah, for the schools. Is that correct?
Okay.
So.
Well, yeah, okay, I had a question.
So
yeah,
we'll,
hang on.
So we'll add 13.1.1 also extracted.
Who's extracting 13.1.11?
We thought it was him.
Oh, you thought it was him.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're only extracting 13.1.1. Right? All of the bylaws are being moved the first, second, and third time, save and except item 13.1.1. Right?
Sure.
Okay. All in favor? Thank you.
So why was this one?
Councillor Ashmore, go ahead.
What it was that I noticed that one school was omitted on that list, and there is a school, even though it's a private school, it's a private parochial school by the Mennonite community on Heights Road, at the corner of Heights Road and Mustang Road. It's been there for at least 12 years, I guess now, but just wondering if we could include that school in that list. I know there is a 60 zone that's there, but just want to make sure that school was recognized, if I could, that there is a school there, albeit it's a private school, but it's, it's a Mennonite parochial school, and it's an important school that should be recognized as well, if I could, just for the record.
I think what we're going to have to do is pass a bylaw the way it is, and then do a separate motion to get a bylaw for that particular school, because it probably has to change the speed limit, et cetera, et cetera. So let's move it, let's move that bylaw 13.1.1, and then do a follow-up motion to include it in the list for speed reductions. You okay with that?
That's great, thank you.
Okay. Do you have a seconder? Who's the seconder for that? Oh, Deputy Mayor Richardson was. So, we're moving the bylaw 13.1.1 as is, and then we're going to do a follow-up motion, okay? You second that? Okay. All in favor? And that's passed. Okay, now your follow-up motion is to have the parochial school at the corner of Heights Road and which other road?
Mustang Road.
Mustang Road.
Mustang.
Be included in the bylaw to establish speed limits.
Yes.
Okay, you're moving that. Is there a seconder? Counselor Perry. All in favor? And that's passed.
Thank you.
All right, folks, sit tight while I read this. We're now going to sorry? 1321 is a bylaw extracted from consent, and it's a bylaw to provide for drainage works in the city of Kawartha Lakes to be known as the Darash Municipal Drain Bylaw, that a bylaw to provide the drainage works in the city of Kawartha Lakes to be known as the Darash Municipal Drain Bylaw be read a third time, passed, signed, and corporate seal attached. Can I have a mover? Deputy Mayor Richardson, second. Councillor McDonald. All in favor? And that passes. Now, I'll do the reading for closed session. Item 15. Okay. Can I have an adoption of the closed session agenda? Councillor Warren. Councillor McDonald. All in favor? Okay. Sit tight.
And then the disclosure of pecuniary interest. And then. I know.
Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest on anything in the closed session? Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you. I'll have to excuse myself on 15.3.2 because I have a family member involved with fire services.
Thank you. (15.3) At this point in the meeting, City Council will go into closed session to consider items under Section 15.3 of the agenda. All remaining staff, with the exception of the CAO, City Clerk, and City Solicitor, and Ms. Patterson, are now instructed to leave the electronic meeting at this time. As per our procedural bylaw requirements, I'm asking all the remaining participants in our meeting today to confirm to me by raising their hands that they are in a private room where no other persons can overhear the deliberations and the internet connection is secure and not publicly accessible. Thank you. Can I get a mover and seconder? A mover and seconder that council convene into closed session at 3:52 p.m. pursuant to Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act in order to consider matters identified in Section 15.3 of the regular council meeting of Tuesday, July 25th, 2023, namely item 15.3.1, 2 and including 15.3.4. Mover and seconder. Councillor Ashmore. Councillor Yeo. All those in favor? All carried. At this point in the meeting, broadcast will now end for members of the public watching on Cogeco, your TV cable, live stream of the meeting on YouTube, and the rebroadcast on cable, and the Rogers Ignite will now be temporarily paused for members of the public. When closed session is complete, the live stream and the rebroadcast of the meeting will resume to address the remaining open session items on the agenda. just wait for Sarah to give it, and don't run, Sarah. Just,
Don't run, Sarah.
okay. We're out of closed session. Madam Clerk, matters from closed session.
So matters from closed session, item 15.3.1, the confidential closed session minutes for the regular council meeting of June 20th, 2023 were approved. Item 15.3.2, being report CORP 2023-20, council provided direction on the bargaining mandate for volunteer firefighters, QP 5453. Item 15.3.3, CAO Taylor provided an update on the FLATO framework agreement. Item 15.3.4, Mayor Emsley provided an update on a personnel matter. None of these matters required a motion.
Thank you. So we have no motions to deal with. Okay, confirming bylaw, Deputy Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDonald, that a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular council meeting held Tuesday, July 25th, 2023 be read a first, second, and third time passed, numbered, signed, and the corporate seal attached.
And finally, motion to adjourn. Councillor Perry, Councillor Smeaton. Oh, confirming bylaw, all in favor? And that's passed. Motion to adjourn, Councillor Perry, Councillor Smeaton, all in favor? And we're out of here. Thank you all.